Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Alchemy Show. I am your host, Alckemy. I'm very tired, but we will be getting into some stuff. I did a gig over the weekend where I did lion dancing with have a big giant lion and you walk around and you go rah, 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 right, with the Eastern culture stuff, and it was really cool, a lot of fun, but oh my gosh, it kicked my ass. I don't even know if I'm going to train tomorrow. We are going to be getting into some beats. I'm just updating Bitwig to 4.4.2 and hoping that it solves my eventide saturate issue. And if not, I might check to see if I can fix it quickly. Bummer. Let's maybe just do a quick thing and see. Of all plugins, I probably rely on that one the most, so I suppose I will try to see if Eventide is even compatible with their update. So let me see. Eventide plugins. What is... There we go. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How are you guys? We're gonna have a fun show today. Lots of sound designy things, lots of answering questions and doing the things in between. Perhaps, maybe, this will load at some point. Maybe not. Hey Chris, how's it going? Good to see you. Let me see if there's an update for, Fission, I've seen that before. Legacy software, plugins. Not really even sure how I would check to see if there's an update or not. Why is my internet so slow? What is going on here? Okay, Quadrivox, Clockworks. Newfangled Audio. Downloads. Version 1.01. I don't know if this is the latest version or not, but let's go ahead and just try to install this. And if it works, then great. If it does not work, then I guess we're gonna have to figure out another clipper situation for this. Let me move this over out of the way so you all can't see me. There we go. Hold on. Enter my password quickly. Here we go. Man, I look like I just woke up. It might be because I did. I'm just kidding. I'm old. We want AU, we want VST3. I don't really care about documentation and user guides. Next. Move your newfangled audio plugins to the newfangled blah blah blah. Okay, let's see if this works. Probably not. This is what happens when you update operating systems. Fuck. Hi, your new album sounds great, by the way. Love the mixes. Yo, thanks, Oro. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for stopping in. All right, so we're gonna have to figure something out because my clipper is a no-go. Do I still have G-clip? I do. Okay, so there's that. All right, well, let's see if we can fix that. Can Alckemy make usable kicks and snares? And that's an audio channel. Fuck. Okay. Mixes might not sound so great today. It's kind of crazy, like, how much I rely on that stupid plugin. It's not stupid. I love that thing. But when I think about it, I'm like, man, that's a problem. My plugin. Although the trade-off though is that I'm actually using my phone as a webcam, but like it has the bokeh, and it has like, look how like well my face is lit, and you can see all my ugly details. Probably have nose hairs and stuff. So I mean, at least on that front, you know, the quality of the image is a little bit nicer. However, hopefully they update their thing for OS Ventura pretty quickly, because that would stink. That would sucky stink. We got some distortion going on. We need some saturation. We're gonna need a filter for the low pass. Then we're gonna need another distortion. Yo ho 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 ho. Hi Jazz, welcome dude. I'm gonna move this over so we can see what's happening on the, you know, oscilloscope. How's everybody doing? You guys good? Oi, oi, what is that? Doing great, man. Just been an amazing headspace this past month. That's awesome. Just got done recording things. What are the things you're recording? All these things you refer to as you
recording to logbook.
Yo, Raider, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Almost. Alright, so on this guy, you see here we can create like a doofy thing with that. So happy to be curious. What is your drink of choice in this case? Is it disgusting? I'm sorry. I'm drinking coffee right now. It's 11:30 in the morning, and if you're wondering what coffee I'm drinking, it is Death coffee or whatever. It's not as hyped up as it was supposed to be, but it's fine. Love that shit. It's okay. I don't think that it tastes very good, and I don't think that it does much for me, but you are going to die. Okay, well. All right. What the fuck? There's something clearly like in my chest, so I'm taking the most of sounding like an old man. Alright, let's I adulter the shit out of it with flavor, so there's that. Oh, okay. I mean, I have creamer, but it's just kind of whatever. Alright, let's figure out what's going on here. Now, with this should be like, let's try like 24. It's interesting that that's happening right now. I feel like this might help. I was like, something is missing. It doesn't sound right. It's like, that sounds more like my shit. See, we need that squarey stuff. Alright, now let's go ahead and add in our next layer to this, which would be a sample. I've got their espresso variant in my thermos right now. I have their espresso stuff, but I bought it thinking that like you could just put it into a regular coffee maker, and that was not. But I think that you can get away with like mixing a little bit of each, I want to say. Yo, Dreamer Boy, thank you so much, brother. I hope that you've been enjoying the access to the streams. I need to go back and actually like put all the other stuff in the vault. But thank you so much for the membership. Are my alerts on? They are. It's just going to take a second. Yeah, dude, thank you. Hey, I just put out a brand new video yesterday, talking about like how to do sound design thingies or how to teach yourself sound design. So if you guys get the chance, go take a look at it and enjoy that, because there's a lot of great things in there. But I'd highly encourage you to okay. As for the Hangover, what did you take that made you get one in the first place? I don't have a hangover. I don't drink. It was more of just one of those things that's like, yo, you got a problem? I'll help you fix it. Drinking some Pedialyte? Yeah, I don't actually drink. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do anything of the sort, just because family problems. We'll say that much. Oh, I'll check it out. I thought so. That's why I was asking. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my fault. That is my fault completely. I'll own that. Oh, fuck. Yes. Yes. All right. Let's see if we can make this a little bit shorter. I'm learning some color-based sound design, and it's weird. It's not that bad. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to get to it, which, you know, could be the weird part. But really, it's all about like harmony and chords, and substituting that. Right, that's why I don't like using this. I prefer mine in purple, thank you. Prefer what in purple? Your color base? Now, what's interesting about this is I don't really feel like there's much of a kind of curious as to why there's so much of a it could be because of that. I do like purple bases. I'm a purple person myself. Well, usually what I do is I'll just put this or throw the Eventide Saturate on here because I prefer that kind of clipping. But what's interesting is sorry. If you take a look, then the G clip pulls things down. Yeah, it's minus 2.3, so I guess you can adjust that by like 2 dB or whatever. Oh, that does not change that. That's interesting. Okay, so you can just pull the gain into that and then clip it like that. Okay, so instead of pulling the clip down, you just push the gain into it. Alright. So that's fine. You can still get some meaty kicks and stuff like that. But anyways, some clippers work in the way that like it'll pull the signal down, some you pull it up. I'm trying to think, like glue compressor, for example. Like technically speaking, the glue is supposed to start clipping stuff whenever you push it to a ceiling, but the thing about it is that you can push the makeup gain into it harder and it will actually make it louder. And sometimes if you have too much attack on it, that seems okay. That actually sounds better without the attack though, but sometimes if you have too much attack, it can create like this nasty transient. That sounds better. Oh, an interesting read later for you, Alec. Mick Gordon put out a near full-blown thesis over Doom Eternal OST nonsense. Not starting nonsense here. No, nonsense is fine. Just wanted to mention it. I would definitely just study it or take a look or take a glance at it just for the sound design itself. But I don't know. I don't really find that. What's going on here? Oh, that's why. Right. Okay. My clipper doesn't work. That's what's happening. What was I talking about? Yeah, his sound design is like not necessarily my cup of tea, other than like, did he do the sound effects and stuff as well? Which is weird because you're like, what are you talking about? It's like all distortion and shit, and it's like, well, there's a lot of different ways to. I didn't actually mean to do that yet. There's a lot of different ways to manipulate distortion and stuff that kind of characterize those things. No, this was controversy material. The project manager for Doom basically threw him under the bus via a Reddit post. What do you mean? I don't understand. Just warning you to stay away from the video game industry. Well, what can you say? You know, hopefully, not every experience is like that. I get what you mean, but I need some new Foley. Let's try Spoke. Oh, it's all somatic stuff. Is all of this stuff? Surely I have more Foley than this. I do have more Foley than this. This is just the only stuff that's coming up. I was always wondering, I was like, why is this? There we go. Okay, maybe not. What? Alright, it's fine. I don't think that there's any reason to be too picky with this. Just find something. Just sample your mic. A good cough will do. No, it depends. I feel like I definitely have a smoker sounding cough today. It's a dry cough, but let's grab a frequency shifter. And then let's just see if we can make that just a little bit softer. There we go. Because we don't really need that much. We just need it to be like... And one of the biggest things that I can tell you all is that if you texture your kick, it'll be so much more usable. Because it'll fill up like certain frequency ranges and stuff that you normally wouldn't think about. Most of the time, if you listen, unless if you're doing like, I don't know, like mid-tempo or like trance or something, and even then, let me say this, unless if you like your genre caters towards having like an absolutely clean kick, maybe an 808 or something, or a 909, then in this particular genre, you're going to get so much more mileage out of just adding shit to color your kick. Art Museum, Chapel Center. I'd like something that's maybe a little bit more short. Dying AI. Something that's a little bit more short. Let's go with this really long sample. Ironically, we actually don't have any mid signal going through this. So what you can do to fix this is you can actually, just a little bit. So I was like, what the fuck? Color bass, color kick. I guess I meant something a little bit different, but I hear you. Okay, let's grab some distortion. I actually like using the stock distortion for this. This is actually not a bad plugin. It just is kind of weird. See, you can get like some really interesting things if you kind of just mess with it for long enough. And then also this guy right here is really good for not sure why you're getting clicks, but that's odd. Really? That probably has to do with the DC offset. Maybe I can make this just a little bit longer. And then after all this stuff, we can kind of use a frequency shifter to kind of pitch it around. There we go. Like, see how much more interesting that is now? Versus, but now you've got all this like extra. And the cool thing is that, like, if you don't want it, you could always just high pass it, I guess. Or you can, like, we can use that as a hat. But the slew knob just sounds like a low pass filter. Sometimes, like, I don't really know what it is. I have to take a look at it, and that might be what it is, but I feel like it pulls, not quite a low pass filter, but I feel like it pulls like high frequencies up maybe a little bit more. Perhaps, maybe, I don't know. Who knows in this day and age? All right, so now one of these guys, and we're gonna create some stereo here. Create a little bit of a tackies. What are you wearing, Steve from State Farm? She sounds hideous. Okay, so from here we are going to grab some of this, and we're going to grab one of these. I've said it before, but the default settings for a lot of those built-in plugins drive me nuts. Like the low pass and high pass and the distortion were set to something absurd when I first started. Like, are you talking about the default, like the default things? Sometimes it's hard, man. Like, and some audio effects are hella subtle, so they'll like pull it to the extreme to try to, you know, be like, oh, hey, this is what this does. Oh, hey, this is what we're doing here. Billy devices, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it can be kind of extreme. Let me actually see if this does anything. I do this all the time, and I'm like, I don't remember, but yeah, it doesn't make any difference. But it does make a difference when you do it up here. Do I play with those spectral processors anymore? Yeah, of course. But of course I do. I play with all of my toy boxes. All right, so this should be at like this much. That way it sounds a little bit more natural. And now we can add in the... Yes. Good. Turn that bitch up. Turn this to... You don't want this to be too high. This can be whatever. Just... Hi, everybody. This is how you make a snare.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Johnville Saintful. I can't read. Johnville Saintful. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it took a lot of trial and error, and it's like I just pretty much watched the process that he did. Well, when the lessons that I did with him, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And at first, I used to use envelope followers and all this and that, but now I just use really short envelopes to do that, and you get stuff like that. So, I mean, hey, if you want a snare, there you go. If you pull up an oscilloscope. Also, sorry for the shameless plug. I have master classes on how to make drums like me, anyways. If you all are interested, and they're all within Phase Plant. Otherwise, if you want to know how to make snares and stuff like me, like Cage, I'd say then hit Cage up for lessons. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so some other stuff we can do to this is create a nice little clicky click. If I can find it, there it is. And just very subtly. There you go. That's nice that it doesn't rotate the phase either. So with this we can, and then maybe back off of this just a little bit. All right, so something else that we can consider is we can take this off. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We got a little noise thing right here, and we can grab a filter. And with this filter, we can grab something like this, a little pokey. Obviously, that's way too long. We don't need that, so we can pull this down to like, yeah. Hello. So with that, you might not be able to hear it in the context, but sometimes that can help layer a transient. We can see if that's going to do anything here, but I'm going to turn this down to like 26. Okay, now the phase seems to be rotating, and the reason why is because we have stereo on the noise, so there's a relationship between these two. If you want to make it clicky, then yeah. Sounds a little overboard to me, a little boxy. I tend to like that. That actually sounds like it has a little bit more naturalness to it. And that's like this learning process that I'm doing Some people complain about me spending too much time on snares, and I get it. But there is so much nuanced shit that I've learned from this entire process that like I've summarized in 20 minutes or so. But holy hell, like trying to figure out how to just get that realistic like crack of, you know, of a drum sound is a fucking look, now it's nice and squarey. Yay. And it gives us that, which sounds really good. We can compress the entire thing together. Compress it together. And go like this. Ironically, the higher ratio makes it sound more subtle. It doesn't make it quite so. Now, we're leaving in this transient here, and I don't think that we need to do that. There we go. We actually just want to take the entire signal. So normally in typical compression, when you set a long attack, it'll actually like bring out the transient on that, but we don't want a transient shape with this because we already did that. Those Doritos are quite addictive, no? Yes, they are. See, we don't want this. We want squares. That's what we want. We want this whole fucking thing to just be like that. And excuse me. The reason why is because when shit is just really sharp and you've got this like really like crazy Dorito, beefy Doritos, not the knockoffs. I agree. There we go. Okay, so now we do the same thing where I usually just try to focus on like building the fundamental of this before anything else, and then these other things. And see, we're fine. We're not letting some one single plugin get in the way of, you know, of my production. I miss it so much. I need to saturate. Let's grab a clap. We might want to turn this down because it might be really loud. Yep. I'm glad I did that. So we can adjust this a bit, and really, excuse me, what I want is just Why am I using that clipper? Because I updated to OS Ventura and Saturate is not working. So wait, you can adjust this right here? Oh man, I did not know that. Do you guys see this? Well, hot diggity. It's really stupid. But that's great. I did not know that. I can adjust this without having to go into this? Is this new? Or am I just blind? Well, fuck. Okay, well, that makes my life a little bit easier. Okay, so now we can color this. Again, term coloring. Oh wait, before we do that, we want mid-side. That's what we want. So the thing with color base is I've done some videos on it, like not extensively because I'm not an expert in the genre and I've never made an actual tune within that, but something interesting about color bass is that like it's really about harmony and chords and stuff, but it's kind of cool because you're creating essentially chords with your basses. But there's a lot of different ways to do that, and I kind of appreciate in some ways like the ways that people are able to achieve that, and then I've found some of my own ways that could be interesting and could be cool. Like what did I do? I took chords and then threw like a neuro bass through that, and then I don't know, I've got it on the videos and stuff. I don't want to say something and somebody being like, I did that 2 years ago. It's like, it's not about that. Okay. Oh. It's loud. I mean, that's the point, right? But Jesus. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, it's I've got some stuff on it that I found some success in. I feel like they might have a habit of mudding up real hard when trying to neuroprocess them. Well, no, it depends. It depends. What did I do? So there's the resonator version, there's the vocoder version, there's the convolution reverb version. You can also like theoretically do it within unison. And then also with pitch shifting, also with actually creating harmonics. So I'll show you that in just a second, but I'm not gonna like make a color base right now, but I'll show you something that could be interesting. More coffee. What was I doing? I need distortion. That's what I need. So they discontinued Trash 2. This isn't the one I wanted. I just wanted the regular one. Trash 3 on the horizon, maybe. It baffles me that in, you know, a decade, people still haven't kind of come out with like an evolution to, you know, a custom wave shaper and stages and stuff. It's like, what? Like, how's that even possible? Coffee just started kicking in. That doesn't bode well. I've been drinking it all morning. Yikes. Combo and pitch shifting have been working. For some reason, the others, I'm trying not to lose the transit of the bass. That's because you might have to you should probably do a parallel signal. So whatever it is that you send into it, whether it be through coffee, like if you send it through a vocoder, then you don't, you create a parallel chain. If you send it through a resonator, you probably would use something like Snap Heap or whatever and create like multiple chains while leaving one, like leaving a fundamental open. Yeah, that's going to sound nice because when we throw that into a bit crusher, and the reason why I use bit crusher on this a lot is because I like when it is like crunchy on the sides. Kind of like that. I feel like it just gives it some nice sizzle. You gotta be careful with that sometimes. So that's interesting. What we can do is we can back off of the drive a bit. Now that sounds more natural. What? Yes. All right. So I can already tell, you can hear that this is phase rotating, so I can almost guarantee that if I were to bounce this, it would not do what we want it to. Yeah, we're missing all that high end. So what we'll do instead is just record this from here. I don't know, maybe we can use that as a variation or something, but... So if you were to compare the two, you can see that these are a little bit different. This doesn't have as much of a thick sound as this one. And this has that snap. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. Did I bounce out a kick already? Yeah, I did, so... For some reason, yeah, I think that this didn't have the boxiness that I don't know about you guys, but I actually like kicks like that. That's like doof, as opposed to just like a sub. But I kind of, yeah, I like the boxiness. I feel like it fits the genre a little bit better. Maybe not, but there's that. Yeah, so I'm gonna do a clap here in a second, but with basses and stuff. Sorry, I'm gonna switch this to a wavetable. So you can see that by adding harmonics and stuff, that by adding harmonics, you can actually get like some interesting things. So if you were to actually do this, then you see how you're creating... It's too much. Sorry. This is technically one signal, but because you've added these harmonics, right, then you can kind of have something like that. And so what I've done was I've actually removed the fundamental on this. So when you set this to something like unison, and then you add your fundamental, then you're already kind of setting chords up for yourself. And the other thing as well is you can also do things like adding fifths or octaves or minors or whatever. So spooky going back a month? No, not necessarily. Just talking about stuff. You could also do something where you have this moved over like this, and then you filter out the low end. So if you were to start to change this into fuck, I'm dying here. I'm so sorry, guys. Long night of drinking. So what you can also do is, now that you have something like this, then you can start to apply right? Or you can do something to the outside as well. So we could do that same thing, but maybe do like an octave up. And then maybe apply this to and then once you have something like that, that's when you get into, going into something probably like multipass and doing your crazy ass, like super distorted chorus shit. You can also do a flanger to kind of, that's actually kind of cool. Maybe you want to do like an LFO that's kind of slow. And then you can also do things that's start to get into your resonator stuff. So let's say you've got, if I'm hitting F, we can do A sharp, maybe A sharp 5. Then we can do another one that's like C. Sometimes it might be more beneficial to like move everything else up an octave, or like separate the octaves. So if I were to play this at a higher, but then I were to lower this, where's our fundamental at? There it is, -12. Right? Then you can kind of take that and like make your chords with it or whatever, but you only have to do one note, which is kind of cool. The other thing within resonators as well that kind of sucks is that like if you're leaving it in MIDI, then you're stuck with the chord that you make. So I actually have an answer to this, which is creating a snap heap rack that's got different chords in here. So if you were to do like, this is a bit overkill, but if you were to do like, just in theory, right, something like this, then in general you set all of these to serial, right? And what you do is you have these macros here to where you turn on one at a time. So that way you can have chord A, chord B, chord C, all the way up to 7 different chords. And if you run out of stuff, you can just literally like make another snap heap rack and turn the mix off. But that way you can pretty much create some cool shit with that. And then of course, instead, if you wanted to, you could just pull up a convolution reverb and then put some kind of chord progression in there and then let that play out. So you get what I'm saying? Like, there's so many options that you could do with this that like just make it what it, I don't know, make it into something cool. So anyway, that's a couple of different approaches to like different kinds of ways to get to a neuro bass or something. Sorry, color bass, Ian, color bass, color. We just want this to be off. I'm gonna set that there. Change it to 100%. I'm gonna give it right back to you, 100%. So now I want to create a filter here and make some kind of little clappy clap. Same thing here, is we want to have some kind of band pass thing. We could take the transient here. Might actually be smart to do something here. All right. Sorry, if I stop talking, that's when I usually get into Zen mode of producing, and I'm trying to keep it relatively casual. So if anybody has like questions at any point in time or anything, I enjoy the conversation. Please feel free to ask anything that you might want to know about. Same thing here. Compression, threshold, ratio, attack, release. Okay, now we just want to create a couple of different layers to make it more interesting. So kind of like what I was talking about before, we can use this to our advantage to really just, I don't know, create layers. Zen mode is when you start building shaped charges instead of firecrackers. Shaped charges? Are you talking about bombs? What? So we can do stuff like this to where we have different resonances and like different aspects. I'll just use the gain here, but then what we can also do is, if we want to delay these, we can set the mix here, and this is the bottom that you have, but if you turn the feedback down and then you move everything over a bit, then you can kind of offset it. See how that made that way later? just makes it sound a little bit wider. If you want to make it more so you can do something here as well where you can, you know, doesn't really matter, but it's kind of cool. Thought it'd be more fitting. Shaping the sounds gives you clean and punchy. Oh, that's fine. I was just clarifying. I didn't know what you were talking about, so this doesn't really like do much on paper, but it does kind of just start to fill it out and make it thicker. Because that's standing out on its own, right? I don't need these. But you know, you got different stuff like that that can kind of help make it more interesting. See if that makes a difference. See, and that gives it that extra little thingamabobber. You can also play with the frequency shifter at different places. That'd be more sketchy if I started listing ingredients, but on enough lists already. Yeah, true. Would prefer that we don't give people ideas. Okay, I would like this to be a little bit wider, so we're going to do the same thing here, but just make this really dark. Actually, I'm going to do this because I want to listen to it, but nice snare. Thanks, Juju. There we go. So now with that, we can go into the same processing that we always do, which is the same thing. And I don't mind doing it this way. I'm sure there's a bunch of different ways that we could approach this, but like I found my happy place with doing things this way, and it just tends to work better. So I'm gonna grab an oscilloscope. We're gonna make that nice and square. Fair and square. Okay, from there, let's go ahead and give it some kind of texture. Okay. Let's see if I can find like a branch or something. Nice. Perfect. What's up? Hey, Rave. How's it going? Yeah, that sounds nice. It actually sounds pretty cool on its own. Got the slightest vocalization on the texture. Is good. Yeah, just a little bit of clonk. But we do have a formant filter on there, so that might make sense why. But something outside. How's it going to be outside? Yeah, it has to be inside. That's how convolution works. Ignore me. Boiler, box, coin, egg shaker. Let's try that. Interesting. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that I could most likely get rid of a lot of the tone of this by just tuning it down to an ungodly amount. There we go. Yeah, you can do that. Question: I know you're not working in Ableton, but does anyone know how to bounce in place in Ableton? The only way that you can do that is to either resample or freeze and flatten. And I've used Ableton for, what, 7 years now? So I still know it really well. But yeah, there's no bounce in place. I was afraid of that. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the fastest way without doing freezing and flattening is, well, there's two. You can either create a duplicate of your track, go freeze and then flatten, which I would not recommend, or you can just go like this and then go to resampling wherever that is and then just record it. That's the easiest way that you can do that. It is incredibly inconvenient, but I guess there are worse things that you can do to try to figure that out. That's going to create a click. I don't want that. There we go. I need a G clip. So in some cases, this can actually be used to your advantage because we talked about bouncing this, right? And a lot of times, if you were to do something like the snare, you would lose the transient. So the difference between and, well, you don't really lose a transient on this one, but there's some stuff that you're losing on the high end. But in this particular case, because we were still rotating the phase of this with the thing, whenever we bounce this, it's going to end up being a lot different, I feel. So that actually came out desirable. So there's that. There you go. That's how you make a kick snare clap in your, I guess from scratch. And I'm going to actually put some work into this kick. I think I'm going to go back and visit it. Oh, that's the snare. Maybe. Okay. So there's a couple of different interesting ways to shape this. I'm going to turn all this other stuff off for a second because it's low-key distracting. And I'm going to actually just start over on this. It's not quite what I wanted. Oh, that might explain why. Hold on. Where was that? That sounds way stronger than what we were just... This is our kick from before. What the hell? Like... Okay. Got a weird question. What is your opinion on stream on Twitch compared to streaming on YouTube? I don't think that's a weird question at all. There's a very clear reason why I stream on YouTube compared to Twitch, and that is because there is zero discoverability on Twitch. Like none. There is rating, there is, you know, I guess like hosting and all that stuff, but unless if you've already built a community or like, you know, alliances or teams and stuff, it's pointless. It's not pointless. You could get discovered. You could have somebody come in and be like, oh man, this dude's really good or whatever, and like, yeah, it was designed for gaming. But even for gaming, right, like you have like these huge fucking lists of streamers to try to get to. Like they just don't do anything for small creators, whereas on YouTube all of your streams are archived, so they're always up forever. You can build a platform on there to where like all of your content is searchable. So, you know what I mean? It will show you videos in relation, or it'll put your videos in relation to other people's if it fits within a category. So like, it just works. It's so much more conducive as a music content creator. I like Twitch's social features better, but YouTube as a platform and as a means of like building a foundation for yourself is, in my opinion, way better. What I would try to do, since I know that you're already on TikTok, is to like make content on YouTube and then take that content from YouTube and then put that on like TikTok and Instagram. That's what I do anyways. And like my Instagram and TikTok are not...
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Toby, thank you so much for the follow. My TikTok and my Instagram are not, you know, anything to smile at or anything to be like, oh wow, we should do what he's doing. But I have the YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel, you know, kind of self-oscillates at a certain point. Hi Jason. I attempted to stream DJ sets on Twitch for over a year, had some decent days, but for the most part it was bots and my wife. Yeah, and that's like, you know what I mean? Like the YouTube channel, either way, like I feel like the YouTube in general is almost like a must, regardless of what platform you're on. It's the easiest to get monetized. It's the easiest to be discovered. And it is the biggest platform, actually, right? You can find YouTube videos in a Google search, even. You can't find that on TikTok. You can't find that on Twitch, right? I can stream, but making videos is hard. I'm so nervous to make a YouTube. I don't even know why. Well, you can take, like, there's this thing called clips, which you can, like, highlight specific things and then re-upload it as a short. So you can just take little snippets or something, or you can edit your video after. So, for example, hold on one second. I'll just show you. So let's say I've got a live stream, right? And I want to edit this. I can go here and then I can go into my editor and you can actually pull stuff from here and, you know what I mean, and trim it. It takes a while for it to load, so hopefully you have, hopefully you have good internet or whatever, but you can literally come in here and upload this, right, as like specific things. I think that for me, like, I don't really do this because I would like to eventually one day hire somebody to be able to come in and like make clips and stuff out of this. You can even show us pretty pics and blur it after and yeah, true, right? So like, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with that makes it easier to work with. And it's not quite as easy as like doing like highlights or something to where people can highlight, any kind of like almost any duration or length, but it's getting there. And I think that it works pretty well. So that's why we didn't have the boxiness, was because the kick itself wasn't long enough. There we go. All right, let's see how that turns out. So we have this, and this is what we had. So even though I'll end up making this shorter anyways, it's just something to keep in mind whenever you are designing things. But we can drag these guys to our fundamentals. Snare, clap-a-lappa, wherever that is. Drag this guy up. Boom. Recycle. Turn it off. I've learned streaming is somewhat like mixing. Always record until you get used to it. I mean, gotta run and get the demon child from school. Everybody's leaving. What was I gonna say? When you stream, everything is already kind of recorded anyway, so you don't have to worry about it. And then if you don't like it or you don't want it, then you can always delete the stream. I've done that a few times where I'm like, man, that was really stupid. I shouldn't have done that. But it's part of the learning process. So yeah, we've got a kick, which we can probably just. No, that sounds better. Whatever. I actually like this. We can just cut this off. Come on. Fuck. Yep, I meant more like my best sets always happen when I don't hit record, so I always hit record and check it garbage, which is 90% of it, lol. Yeah.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Harp Heat Bus, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yeah, nice and wet and layered. I think the first thing I'm going to do after this is just go download a bunch of Foley packs, or maybe just grab my field recorder and just go start recording shit, and then maybe I'll put it out as a sample pack later or something. But I need more Foley. Okay, let's get into bass design. Dude, somebody better not be DMing me. No, fuck off. Sorry, guys. Leave. All right. I love when people message me. It's not even that. It's more so while I'm streaming, it annoys the shit out of people, and they're like, "Man, turn your thing off. It sounds like someone's giving me a thing." And I'm like, "I'm sorry." All right, let's do a wavetable. What is this, bro? Hey, Alex. That's sick. Live performances can stick in the back of your mind the first few times too, so you perform poorly, like stage fright, even with 0 viewers. I think it's just a matter of like not taking it too serious. Coming from Cirque du Soleil and stuff, like I have fallen on my ass in front of thousands of people. I have this video where I'm holding a staff and I like do this and then do that and then I fucking throw it into the crowd. Like you gotta move on. Hey, cream pie. Yeah, but this is part of it. Some people do, more self-conscious of what I present. Well, like, again, like I'm telling you this because I've been through it, but like you have to rationalize, like with, like you can try again. You know? Just gotta be like Aaliyah. I'm going to move these a little bit closer together. See how much more of a difference that makes? That's crazy. Just gotta listen to it. So I'm gonna do just a slight amount of, it's a little bit different than what I usually do, but I'm just going to move this down a little bit more so that way whenever this reacts with this, sometimes it's gonna take more of it. Maybe I can make that jitter. Sweet. So now I don't need to actually have a low pass filter on this. I suppose I could. Maybe that would actually be cool anyways. So hold on, let's take a quick intermission. I gotta use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty. So now we'll get into our mid-side stuff, I believe. Cheers. We don't actually need this. We need things like this. This doesn't really matter. Hey, Joe. Neuro, how do you access that dotted routing line feature? Please and thanks. It's on Faceplant 2.0, so if you have the updated version, it's built in within all of those. Hi, Mr. Watts. Just call me Alckemy or Ian or Gray. It's my middle name. Whatever you prefer. Actually, fuck it. You can call me whatever you want. Just as long as it's not like, what up, bitch? That's a quick way to get banned. I'm watching from further back in time, and there's a third-party bounce and play Ableton Live feature called BIP. Yeah, actually, I know what you're talking about. That's oh shit, I forgot about that. It's a paid thing. I think it's like $2, but somebody made a Max for Live device that will do that for you. So there is that. So I can just outright start calling you AU5 now? Well, there used to be a running meme that was budget AU5. Because people were like, you look like AU5. And I'm like, no, I don't. But it's because I'm white and I have long hair. That's what it is. Hey, Avin, what's good, bro? For my left speaker, might be repairable. Wait, what's wrong with your left speaker? That works too. Okay, so I'm going to come into here and add these to a macro. Because I want them to move faster. Along with oh no, really? That's terrible. So, but you were saying that it might be repairable? Shit, man, I hope that it can be fixed. That sucks. Sorry to hear, dude. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about that? Is it time to upgrade anyways? Or, I mean, I know it's money, but... Gotta send a message to the manufacturer. Yeah, I do. I hope that goes well. It's a shame you don't live in the U.S. I have those 305s that are just kind of chilling. I was supposed to give them to my friend Ritzy, but he hasn't really hit me up about them, so. Okay. Sounds good. Something seems off about the pitch. Feeling good, man. Just chilling. Trying not to die. Damn. Holy shit. I should probably... No, it was the wrong one. I should probably add that to the template. Well, I mean, you kind of have a choice here. So on one end, you can kind of... How do I act? Bro, I explained it to you. It's Faceplant 2.0. It's already built in. You need to be on version 2.0 or later. Bro. Somebody help me. Okay, I think I like this version better. You have to be on version 2.0. Thank you, guys. And by all means, I want him to be helped. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say because I'm like, that's all it is. Oops, wrong one. Between one of us in chat, you'll get your answer. Don't worry. Yeah, if you're still on version 1.0, you gotta do that, and then it's just built in by default. Like you can't. It's like anytime you add automation, it will always show you your routing. Maybe not that fast. Random question, have I played Blasphemous? Fuck yes I have. I have played the shit out of Blasphemous. I think I have some patches that are kind of like labeled. Yeah, I have one that's Soledad, which is the ghost lady that makes more knots for your prayer bead. But yeah, dude, I love the shit out of Blasphemous. Such a good game. Yeah, it's really good. Would highly recommend anybody that likes Metroidvanias. Like, and that's my thing. Like, that's my kind of game is like Metroidvania shit. So, absolutely, that's like, oh yeah. Oh really? That's awesome. Yeah, have fun with it because it's incredible. And the music, man, I love flamenco and just yeah, I'm thinking about it right now and like getting like the nostalgia chills or whatever you call it. Yeah, it's super cool. Hopefully there'll be a Blasphemous 2. I think there will be. I think they talked about it. But I would definitely love to see that as well. That'd be great. The album is off the Chainsaw Chain. Thanks, man. I'm so glad you liked it. So the reason why I did that was because if you look here, this is our first harmonic. So sometimes by removing this and creating that separation between the two, it'll make your sub a little bit cleaner, especially after all the distortion and stuff. But if you're on good speakers or headphones, you can. Yeah, I can. This is pretty much my signature kind of patch. If you guys are interested in this kind of stuff, you can grab. There's 4 seasons of it now on alckemy.com. I mean, they get better with every time I do it, but yeah, I love these things. They're so fun. They're like giant toys that you can play with, and just playing between these macros and stuff is really amazing. I'm assuming you made the sounds for the album. Gotta go, be back probably. Have fun. Yeah, dude, have fun with your game. Yes, everything was. I mean, I don't think I used any samples whatsoever, other than my own. Actually, 98% of it was faceplant, I want to say, and any samples that I did use were for like convolution reverb or something. I might have used like a hi-hat or something. No, I didn't. I made my own hi-hats too. And most of the album is streamed, actually. So, yeah, everything is pretty much faceplant. It's pretty much stuff like this. That's not true. I used XO. So there's some samples in there that are just like percussion and stuff. But even then, I rinsed them through. I resampled them. Speaking of, let's go ahead and wrap this patch up, and then we'll get into actually making some drunk, sloppy beats. You got it on iTunes? Thanks, dude. I hope that, I don't know, whether it's free or you buy the album, I don't really care, because like music is not what, you know, like, how do I say this?
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Adam Richards, thank you so much for the follow. My album was really like my own personal testament of like, for one, wanting to make halftime music, but most importantly, like I wanted to make sure that I didn't become like those other, not those other YouTube, but some YouTubers that only make like tutorials and only make like concepts and stuff. Is like, I want people to know me for my music as well, not just for like making tutorials that can't actually produce music and stuff. And this might sound stupid, but I was like extra motivated when I got that hate mail that I posted a while ago, and somebody was like, "Man, you're nothing." I've gotten a few of those. Luckily, no people like threatening to like kill me or anything, because like, fuck, like here's my address, like show up. But more importantly, I wanted to, that gave me something to prove to myself, because fuck them, but they gave me something to prove to myself, because I wanted to be like, no, like I can make decent music, and that's really just what I wanted to achieve with that. And then some stories came about from it, and then I started feeling the album, and then a lot of other things came out as byproductal benefits, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Now that that's over though, and I can just go back to like having fun making shitty beats, and not really, I don't have anything to prove now. It's just like, all right, well, shit. If you like the album, then thank you. It's available everywhere. It's, it's just places to have something to listen to. And I think really just like have context, right? Because I spend all my time being like, hey, this is how you make sounds like this. And then people are like, well, how do I use it? How do I do that? And I'm like, well, here's how I would do something like that. And there's other people who have bought this as well, like who have bought packs like this that like are making way cooler shit. And they're like, yo, man, I made your stuff with some of these basses. And I was like, what the fuck? Like how? Like it just almost sounds like completely transformed, and like the sound quality is just so much better. So I love that I don't know. I think that this stuff is, at least as far as like neuro-based stuff, like this is one of the most useful tools that you can get into. So we need a name for this, and I don't know what to call it. I'm waiting to put it in the trunk. You only had headphones. The 808 songs are pretty nice. I made sure that the sub hits pretty well. I need a creature name. Anybody have any suggestions for creature name? I don't really have one in particular that I think is important, just maybe one in general. Maybe not one that's like, you know, I don't know. Some people are like cum dumpster or something, and it's like, all right, come on. Don't do that. Tattletale, Snapmouth, Krill. Hi, Albert. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just go with the first one. Tattletale, mid-side filter. I think this is the mid-side filter. Nope. I saved that under the... Fuck. Oh, it's fine. I'll just save this one. Wait. Tattletale mid-side filter. Hopefully that's going to overwrite that. Yes, nice. Okay, there we go. Tattletale generator. Tattletale filter. Tattletale. Yeah, so we've really come to the point where these sounds like do everything. Like if you want a neuro bass, or if you just want a Reese bass, you know, you just turn the filter on. If you want, you know, one of these guys, that's there. If you want all of the crazy filter movement, that's there. If you want to have it be nice and wide, if you wanted to do random shit, if you want it to be wide again, because this kind of envelops both of these, so. You can do a combination of them. That's where you end up getting like the really cool shit. If you want it to be like a multi-stage envelope, that way it sounds the same every time, you just change this little guy. You can change the speed. If you wanted to play octaves, then you can do that. If you wanted to have a downbeat, like a whoa, you know, something like that. And this will be different every time. This is actually, I think, my favorite thing out of all of them. Hey, Jeremy boy, welcome back. So, yeah, it does like this does everything you need. Everything you need is all here for you. Okay, let's talk about beats, because we pretty much have everything. What I'm going to do, because we've already got all these, is I'm going to cut these and move them over here to the middle and paste them. And then let's get into XO. Well, yeah, I use XO. I use Newfangled Saturate for clipping. Or do you mean like as far as like making like bass synths and stuff, or I guess even kicks and all that? Yeah, I mean I know how to use a lot, but I kind of stopped using everything else because everything that I could do in kilohertz, I could do it better than whatever I was using from before. And that might just be a personal thing, but I feel like I'm like, man, this is just way better. All right, so let's go ahead and maybe just kind of swap through some kits. So I think it's this one. Let me mute this. What attracted me to XO? I'm about to show you right now. I have a review on it. I don't really do lots of reviews anymore unless if I find something that I'm like, this is kick-ass. But yeah. The fact that like you can just scroll through your entire whatever is holding your sample library and stuff super fast. And then the fact that you can kind of do swing and nudging to create this. So if I were to click a host sync, you know, it's pretty sick in that way. So yeah, I mean, as far as like must own plugins, I can't really, let me think. What do I have to have? I'd say honestly, like Newfangled Saturate is a must for me. That's like, I have to have that plugin. I don't, but like I rely on it a lot. Let's just say that. So that's one. Newfangled Saturate as far as like a hard clipper. That's what helps me make like everything as loud as I want it to be. I don't need XO, but I do love it. I don't need faceplant, but again, I do love it. It makes things a lot more convenient for sure. I'm trying to think. I've actually been like, I have a reverse question. What synths do you all use? I've been thinking about like looking outward and doing preset packs for other synths because like, and for production stuff. Yeah, I mean, really just like, I do have a limiter. I do have like the fab filter stuff and I do use it, but I'm like, I could just use a free limiter or something. ProQ oscilloscope is built in. Newfangled Saturate. I use the built-in sidechain. Yeah, like there's a built-in convolver now within Bitwig, so I can't really think of anything outside of that I'm like, I need this. The glue, I thought that I needed whenever I moved from Ableton to Bitwig, but I think that clipping is actually better. I'm still stock. For Bitwig, Serum, Faceplant, and Vital. The built-in stuff is pretty cool. I do think that like, I don't know. I think that Bitwig has most of what you need, to be honest. It's got like 90% of what you need. However, there are a couple of things that like take this from this to like, dude, Big Sky, somebody got that for me. Like I would never buy it, but it's fucking badass. Phase plant serum mostly for the parser and molecular functions in the wavetable whatever. Mostly use kilohearts stuff ever since I got it. Phase plant is too powerful. Yeah. Hi, Philippe. Hey, Evan. Oh, you've been here, but hello again. If I didn't say hi to you. I mean, I don't have a serum pack, but that's because, like, does anybody even use serum anymore? It's pretty cool. I'm thinking about maybe reaching out to Arteria and getting pigments or something. Hey, Lowell. Lowell? Did I say your name correctly? Please feel free to correct me if I did not. Okay, so we've got what we needed. We just need to set this to max and then render this. But anyways, the reason why I use XO is because I can create like super drunk swung things like this in different time signatures. And then what I can do is just bring them to an outside thing like this. And now that I have that, I can turn it off for one, throw it in the recycle bin, and I can use this to create cool and interesting things. So if I were to take this, for example, and move this into like repitch mode, check this out. So what I'm looking for within a lot of this stuff is, you know, it's like little things like this. So what I can do is create something kind of like this where, you know, this is kind of here, and then now we've created a little bit of a wet typewriter beat. So now we can use this though to, you know, kind of grab all these guys except for maybe that and make this a little bit shorter. And then we can kind of switch these around. So now that we have this though, right, we can start to think about like bringing in our other stuff here. so we can group this, turn this guy on, and these should already be ready to go, so we should just be able to copy this and kind of pull this up here and so now what we can do with this is come here and nice. Listen to what this is. Maybe I can make this a little bit. Boom, tit, tit, boom, boom, tit, tit. And just create some kind of call and response with this. Call this pork. That's sick. All right, so. All right, so I'll try to You're going crazy. No need to go crazy. Let's grab a G clip here. And I'm just going to turn this down or clip it by... See, I don't like that this is a percentage thing. I wish that I could just figure out... There we go. I'm going to do a counting on this one. All right, so now that we got that. That's nice. All right, so I'm gonna come back to this and try to fix this just a bit with some EQ because it's a little bit muddy. see if I can find that melody that I'm thinking of, or at least get close to it. There we go. Nope. Okay, so I missed the key, but I put it in the correct rhythm. So what we can do is I can think about having something like this, and then I can just take these guys right here, and then start thinking about this as like a quick, just a quick and dirty like second section, and then I'll keep working on this. And then I want to start thinking about creating spaces in between this to kind of just like let the groove build. It's nice. Man, and so like that's what I was talking about earlier with like making stuff crunchy is or giving stuff texture, right? Because like if you have your fundamentals and they have like nice nice texture to them, then I think that it helps blend with the percussion a lot better. And it helps that like blendy stuff kind of come into play, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually join these two. I'm going to join these two into the drum section like this. Twist knobs and press buttons till it works. Do this and scrap it after because it was terrible. No, see, that's one thing that I don't do anymore. That's one thing that I don't do is I don't scrap shit. Like, I'm going to finish this today. Well, at least like get to like do the arrangement. Somebody was asking me about, I'm trash though. I can help you. Just come into the stream or do some lessons with me. I'll get you caught up, bro. I promise. I believe that I can teach you how to... I might not teach you how to be able to make great music, because I don't think that I make great music, or even... I think my music's decent, but I can teach you how to get better. Or I can teach you how to, like... how do I say, like... I can give you a direction in which you know what it takes to improve. I think that's the best advice I can give. So we've got this transient split now that it's pretty badass. And with this, we can kind of just toss something in here. No real artists think their work is great. I mean, it's not even about that, right? Because like you have to like even ignore comments like that, because then it's like, wait, I'm not like that, or I don't think my music is great. Oh, now I'm narcissist because I think my music, because I don't think that my music is great. I think that I'm a great art. You get what I'm saying? So like, it's not even about that. I ignore all that stuff completely, because what it is about for me is saying, how do we like evaluate our skill level, and then be like, okay, now how do I make it better? And I think like once you have, I think I saved this in the wrong, fuck. I'm sure I did. I did. All right, whatever, it's no big deal. So this is the same one that we made earlier today, except it's a generator. So what we can do is we can just listen to this and play around with the transients on this to create cool, like interesting shit. So if you listen to this. We can use this to create different and interesting textures and stuff. Or we can try to toss this on the tones. Let's get cool shit out of it. Actually, I think a lot of that shit's really dope, so I'll probably just bounce this and then see if I can get a couple fills out of it or something. But you can use this to get more variation of percussion. You can use this like if you run out of ideas or something, you can, you know, kind of take it like this and then toss this transient split loop like that. And muddy soup, I feel something like that. And then I can just listen to this on its own and be like, all right, what do I want? Oh, I need to turn it off though. There we go. Let's try that again. So that's kind of cool. You can kind of... But you can, if you're not afraid to get down and dirty with this stuff and like you're comfortable with manipulating this, then you can get a lot of like, just a lot of really cool shit like that. So I don't know if you could hear this or not, but I'm actually going to bring this to a new thing, and I'm going to isolate the frequency here because I hear it coming in and it sounds really fucking cool. But it sounds like some kind of ghost or something creeping in. And I don't know where it is, but we'll see if we can find it. See that? Which is really cool because we can do that twice. And then what we can do is we can mask it like with a chorus or something. And this would be the time that I would use my saturator or clipper or whatever, but what can you say? It's okay. Okay, so I'm thinking that anything with iLock is not working right now. That's good to know. iLock once again dropping the ball. Fucking shitbags. I don't like iLock. I don't think that anybody does. So maybe ROM then? Good old trusty ROM. No. No, no, no. See that little thing right there is kind of cool. We can kind of, hold on, let me see what this is. Yeah, so we can just turn that off and replace that. Sorry for your loss, it'll get better with time. Literally like a month or so. I know, right? That's pretty funny though. Okay. You can... So that way, like, we just added a little bit more variation between this with our drums and stuff, so... like it. I as my partner says, I like it. And the other thing too is, like, if for whatever reason you need more material, like, you can just come over here and I think this is pretty full already, so I don't really think that it needs anything else, but you can go to repitch mode and then take this and be like, all right, well, what happens when I do shit like this? And this is why I always start my song in the middle, or like way many bars in, because this gives me a workspace to be like, I can move this over here without it always being to the right. And I just think that it works way better that way. Okay, so I actually like that sound. We'll probably use that for like an intro or something, getting into that. So there we go. We'll use that sound right there also for the intro, just because I already know, like, it's going to work, you know, like So fuck, I don't have Big Sky, but even still, if you were to use something like ROM and then just there you go, you got an impact. And resampling is probably the most important thing when it comes to sound design in general. Sorry. But yeah, the most important thing when it comes to sound design, because you start hearing things and you're like, oh, that could be something else, or oh, that could be something else. Oh, I hear it. Like even with this, I was trying to see if there was anything tonal in here, which not really, which is good. That thing kind of has something, which is kind of cool. We can maybe create a moment there or something in between. So you get over there, buddy. Right there. So you can make that moment bigger. Right? So just for funsies, I can do something kind of like this and go automate this from the mix and then turn it off. Probably right here. Gotta take off later, man. Yo, dude, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. As well as the rest of you all. Thank you for coming in. And then you just kind of like have fun with like ideas and stuff. And start slow. It goes super fast, so. It's kind of cool. I was supposed to be there. Was that the right snare though? Let's do Pro R. grab both of these, and on this guy, I'm just going to drag that to there. And then what I'm going to do is, I kind of like where the timing is of the first clap, so maybe on just the snare, I'm going to do a couple of things. The first thing is, yeah, just kind of back off of that just a bit. And then what I'm also going to do is grab a time shift. Done a little bit early. I want it to be like schlap, so. Yeah, give me 1 second. So, when it comes to rhythm, this is something that was taught to me by Cage and Zane Wolf, and they continue to help guide me in a lot of different ways. But what it comes down to with rhythm like this and stuff is focusing on building a really strong percussion line. So this tune started with this guy right here. Well, it started with sound design, but everything else kind of came to be from. And from that, once I had that sense of rhythm, that's when I started to build the kicks and snares around that. So, ironically, the kicks are in time, mostly, except for that guy. But, yeah, the kick and snare are usually on like the regular 2 and 4s. You might want to move stuff early, and when you use like syncopated claps like this, you can kind of get away with doing shit early like this. So, as opposed to taking a clap and putting it from this starting point right on the 2, you kind of move it a little bit early, so that way it has that. Let's listen to just the fundamentals. Maybe even right there we can go. And then part of it is just having a feel for doing things off rhythm like that. Boom, boom. But really what it comes down to for me is just being a slave to the percussion. So as opposed to starting tunes with your kick and snare, where it's like kick, snare, kick, snare, or something like that, like making a break with your main fundamentals is what I call it. Start with a percussive line and focus on building that, because no matter how, where is this? Yeah, no matter how fucked up this is, if you take 1 bar of time and you loop it, it's super off, but it's repeating at the same beats, on the same bar, or on the same I guess on the same beats every single time. So if you were to build a kick snare pattern around this, then you just kind of use this to let it guide you to shaping the rest of the tune. And then I have track delays. Some stuff is early, some stuff is late, and then part of it is like when it comes to like moving stuff off grid, it'll kind of give you hints and stuff about where to place things. Like that kick that I placed off, wherever that was, somewhere on here, the one that was like do 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 do, right? That I think it was like one unique spot. Yeah, right. You kind of just get a feel for it, and it kind of helps you figure things out, because it either A, accentuates the groove, or B, it fucks it up. So whatever it is that you're trying to do, try to make everything work together in the rhythm. Right, and then when it comes to keeping the rhythm, that's when you get into, you know, doing stuff to where you feel confident in leaving it alone sometimes, right, and making spaces. So yeah, the key thing to like making strong rhythms with percussive lines and stuff is really all about spaces as well. So aside from like making stuff super sloppy and making it, you know, all off grid and shit, if you can have spaces within everything, then that's when stuff starts to wake up and it starts to feel a lot more alive. Right, because right now, if you listen to this, like the drums and the bass are not actually playing nice with you. Sorry, the bass and the melody are not playing nice with each other. So now realizing that, you know, it's fucking up the whole groove, and it makes it sound like makes it sound kind of whack. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this idea, I guess. But what I'm going to try to do more importantly is try to come up with some other kind of rhythm or some kind of line that will follow along some of these patterns a little bit better. So what we can also do is like change the shape of some of this stuff too, because sometimes it just doesn't work out, you know? So maybe even just like 2 bars or something, you know, it could be a melody, it could be, you know, just a long sustained note. But what I really want to try not to do is take away from all of this interesting stuff that we have on the bottom, because otherwise, if I'm just trying to do that, you might as well pull it off and just be like, something like that. But because we've got all this other shit playing in the background, which I tend to favor, at least in this particular scenario, we want to create something that's going to maybe be a little bit more funky or something. Come to think of it, I actually prefer kicks later and snares earlier. I seem to dislike it when kicks are a pinch too early and snares a pinch too late. Well, context is everything, right? So, you know, that's kind of just one of those things that you have to... Kicks can wait until tomorrow and I would not care. Yeah, I hear you. This might not be a good contextual base to use, so maybe something a little bit more simpler. So maybe I can just do something like this, where it's... I think that I'm being too picky, to be honest. I should probably just write something out and then do the thing. So what I'm going to do is, instead of trying to force myself to use this sound, which it'll come into play later, because I like a lot of the stuff that's in here, I might not necessarily like the fundamentals. So maybe what I can do to just keep going is create something that's kind of like an 808. That's odd. I must be hitting something on the master or something that's making it do that. Because that shouldn't be doing that, but whatever. We'll fix it in a bit. 2. It's kind of weird that we're all right, whatever. Maybe I can even do something where it's just some kind of rhythm. So I guess now that we have that, we can probably do just call alternative 3. Going to fuck with it tonight. Dude, thanks so much, man. Let me know how you like it. interesting. What's interesting about this is I'm getting like very different stuff than like what? I don't know. Whatever. Happens if we make this a Reese. I'm kind of just having fun, like trying out different sounds on this and being like, oh, what does this sound like? Oh God. Sorry, I'm close. All right, there we go. So we can just roll with that and just move on. So now what I want to do is I'll quantize all of this. Sounded like it'd be fine to saturate. Thanks, man. Saturate and I have a very, very pleasant relationship. I haven't signed anything to them before, but it's very fun to, I've been lucky enough to just talk to them. All those people, they come in time to time. Yeah, they're all mad talented. Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I wouldn't necessarily put myself in that category, but I love making tunes. I love making beats. That's really what it is. I just fucking love making wonky ass beats. And really I owe everything beat related wise, like that I'm doing right now, I owe that to Cage. Cage does lessons and stuff, and I just can't say enough good things about him, but let's add some reverb on this. Maybe something short. Okay, so now we want to set this to -2. Maybe I'll just rely on Pro L for this, because I think that if you boost the gain by 2 dB, then you can reduce it by 2 dB, right? Because that's really what we need to do here to mix this. Solo used to make Tear Out and School Step. What is that? DMB. But over the last year, I started expanding my range and taste, and I'm just mixing whatever comes to me. Leaves me way more room for growth and creativity. Yeah, it's like you kind of step out of the genre and you kind of just like have fun with. You kind of just have fun with. I don't know, like just making fun shit. Sorry that took so long for me to find something I like. But now we can kind of move on, I believe. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to cut this and move that there to the side chain. So do some automation right here. Might even want to set the downbeat on here to another macro as well. Whoa, nope. I mean, I eventually do want to do that, but not right now. Maybe delete this. Okay. Let's see what this sounds like coming after. Maybe like a maybe make this like super funny, right? Maybe like boom, boom, whoa, whoa, boom, boom. Because I think right there, that's something like. All right, so we can delete that. We've got some kind of lane build up here, but. All right, I might have to go back to that snare because I like this right here, but I need more of like a smack. So that's why I do this stuff sometimes, is because if you leave this in here, find it. Key clip, it's one of these. I don't remember which one. No, it's probably this one. Probably this one if I had to guess. I want there to be more of like a, and so, okay, it's not this one. This one. Big enough you can go from jazz to bossa nova to death step. People stand on the dance floor jumping around. Okay, so we need to extend the see that. Hopefully that'll be good enough to do the thing. Let's see what this does. Don't really know, but we can try. Nice. See how much bigger that is? And sometimes it's just like calling for the right kind of snare. And usually, like, that's why I try not to become so attached to like the kick and snare in general, because like I like to do things where they pitch around and stuff. So if you focus on having the percussion, then like you create this anticipation with this stuff to where like you can replace this with anything. And I'll show you what I mean here in just a second, but check this out. Give me 1 second. And so really what we're doing is we're just creating like a call and response relationship between this now. So you can do something like do something kind of like that. And then we can kind of just replace that here. What's the industry standard? So this is something I used to be so tied to like this. The kick and snare are sacred and don't change throughout the track. I don't know how I got these weird rules from. Oh yeah. I mean, and changing this stuff up is something I got from Chi and from Cage as well. Of like, dude, no, it needs to have. If it's going to take the role of a kick and snare, it needs to have something that sticks out enough, usually a transient, to be able to work. But outside of that, like, no, fuck it, man. Maybe right here we can go like. Oh, you're good, bro. That's crazy, you can't even hear that. Yeah, I know, right? See that? See how important that was right there? Like that little space of silence. That just, man, shit like that. Spaces, spaces, spaces. So we don't really want to do the same like transition twice, so we can kind of all right, and then right here we can kind of create this huge kind of fill. Now, one thing with this is it sounds really cool, but my problem is that I can't really hear the sub all that well, so now I can. Okay, so now what we can also do is maybe find something here. I don't see why we can't copy that into the next section and have some kind of call and response, but maybe what we can do instead is pitch this up by an octave. actually just going to drag this to a new thing like so. Let that finish out. Ugh, excuse me. And then yeah. Just texture. And then I wanted something that we can maybe pull, like coming into this, we can switch this up. So maybe simplify some of the stuff within here. So I'm gonna just listen to the percussion. All right, so something I want to do with this is, with the bass in particular, I would like to sidechain the highs with to the percussion. So I'm trying to think about it, how I want to do that. I know how I want to do that. We're going to go effects 3. So that way, anything that comes through on the high end, this was something that 18 Hands was telling me about a couple days ago, and I was like, oh, I should try that, just to try to see if I can make this a little bit brighter. I think I need to So it depends on what you're trying to do, but my kick and snare are sidechaining the bass entirely, but there's an extra layer of sidechain that's happening on the top end here just on this. So the bass stuff on its own, you can hear that it's, you know what I mean, ducking it pretty hard. And the reason why I'm doing that is to kind of just clear it out, right? But as far as like the entire sidechain signal, me farts, I'm music. But yeah, as far as the entire sidechain signal, like it's all kick, snare, and clap completely. So I don't really focus on doing like multi-band sidechaining like that. I don't know. I just think that it's a long process to set up, and unless it's absolutely necessary, which it might be. I have never done it tuned like that before. I don't really worry about it too much. I was so happy. That's terrible. The fuck is up with happy music? Yeah, so where did I put that notch filter? All right, so now what we're doing is we're pretty much just taking those two ideas and pretty much duplicating it. Actually, I don't even know if I've heard that. But on this section, we can just kind of focus on making this a little bit different now. And this is how you get out of your 8-bar loop shit, is you just duplicate it, then you find some other stuff to add to it. So yo, what up, Flash? Speaking of Saturate crew, what's good, man? How are you? Thanks, man. No, I was planning on missing it just because I've had stuff going on, but I should. I should have something planned for that. But no, this is just for, I just started a tune today and just started working on it. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. How are things? Dope, man. Yeah, I saw that you were chilling with Kunis earlier in the Discord, and I was like, oh, I wonder what they're up to. Wonder what those guys are up to. Maybe I can do something that's like... Yeah, I usually do if I have time. Okay, so... dun 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 dun. Dee, 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 dee. So what might be kind of cool is to, on that fourth one there, we can turn that on. I was just trying to think about it, about what I wanted to do. They take submissions until 7 p.m., whatever time that is. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So where was that from before? is so fucked up. It doesn't work, but... There we go. So we can toss this on here and we could kind of insert some kind of effect right there or something. That would be nice. Oh yeah, and if you enter, like, make sure that the original sample is detectable. They like that. Need space. I'm gonna see what happened if we just let go of the majority of this stuff. No, yeah, nobody would do that. It's not that kind of crowd. I don't need all that shit. Bro, what is mouse? Please. Doesn't matter. The point is to get better. super cheesy, but whatever. It's pretty sick. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm just kind of in the midst of production. Usually that's how it goes though, right? It's in the beginning when I'm doing sound design, I'm doing lots of talking, and then gonna try this again. I try this almost every time I make a tune, but it doesn't hardly ever work out. What I'm doing is basically what I'm doing is just trying to play with different timbres of making an alarm sound, or like a siren rather. Trying to find stuff that's going to work out with that. Never really got it right. I think if I like had like if I made like a sample or something and then, or had a sample, like if I listened to the Silent Hill one a few times, then I'm sure I can get it, but are they actually like, no, it's okay. I'll probably just use the I was thinking about it. I'll probably just use the Silent Hill one, or the Jay Dilla one. I think it's getting there. It's pretty close. I think the other thing too is I'm like backing off of like letting those high frequencies kind of pull out, but I guess it depends on where, like how far away you want this to be, because that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Is if it's supposed to be far, it should be pretty dull. If it's close, then it should be pretty high, right? But might want to use two saws chosen interval apart. Yeah, I was thinking. That's what I was just thinking. Ah. There we go. So what we can do with this is just set like a really slow moving thing kind of like that, and just thanks, Evan. So maybe we can see what happens if we kind of back off of some of this other stuff. Just see if we can maybe mix that in. Yuck. I think we turned it off. So I think the next part of it is just getting the timing right on this. There it is. All right, so let's focus on something else for a bit, because you guys hear the siren. So what I'm going to do with this is just move all this down. $330. Great, that's like exactly what I wanted. Just random shit like that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I knew that was going to be too loud. Let's try that again from further away. Yeah. 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 Did that even record? Oh, maybe over here. It's like fucking chaos outside. Yeah. 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 Alright, I'll take that one. Yeah. Sick ringtone. So fucking annoying. Yeah, yeah. 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 All right. Yeah. 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 Yes. Yeah. Yes, I know. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I know. God damn it. Over here talking to myself. Yeah. 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 One sloppy. Yeah. 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 One sloppy. Let's try. Yeah. 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 Let's see what that sounds like. That's not bad. It could be worse. I accidentally deleted that. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted that one right there. So. Yeah. I think that I want these to be a little bit later as well. Yeah. 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 last couple of places right there. Probably just right there. All right, so here. No, here.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, thanks James for the follow. Really appreciate it. time to blortle. It's time to blortle. That's pretty funny. I think it's fine. Just take some of that and use that as texture and stuff for...
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Rosa, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry I didn't pronounce your name correctly. I didn't mean it, I promise. Did not mean it. Remember when Blortle and Toblerone? I do remember. I could never forget. I still say Toblerone. That's all we really need. It's just something like that. I guess we started from here. So we can.
crazy rag.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Robert, thank you so much for the follow. Nothing that has iLock works. Fuck. I guess I can just use multiband or something. Oh, that works. All right, so as promised, I delivered. We started from absolutely nothing and made a full track that I'm not very happy about, but we just kind of forced ourselves to finish the tune and kind of let things go. And, you know, I was spending so much time on trying to get the bass right. I was like, oh, the bass line. I was just like, fuck it, man, just write something and it's fine. You can always replace this later, or you can always keep the same idea or rearrange it differently or whatever. You know what I mean? I think that had I had some kind of reference track or something, it would have been easier to guide. But I mean, even still, you know, it's listenable. It's got the bass, and that's what matters, is it has low end in the first place, just to make it bouncy. Hey, ICT. Thank you, dude. The yeahs are kind of meh, in my opinion. It's fine. This whole track is meh, in my opinion. I think this entire bass line just doesn't work, but I'm not here to like, I'm here to like get the tune done, as opposed to be like, oh, I'm trying to make this sound good, because I abandoned, like, I internally abandoned this probably 3 hours ago. So now it's just kind of like, all right, just finish it and get it done. The pros is the groove. The groove is like, that's why I don't care about finishing it in a good way, because I'm like, oh, the drum groove, I'm just like, oh, this is dope. Well, I never have patience like that. If I'm not feeling the track, I usually just scrap it. And I used to do that too, but I used to scrap everything. And so now, regardless of if I like it or not, I just finish it, because if you just scrap everything, then you lose on building the skill of finishing music. Because it's not about, oh, I'm wasting my time. It's like, no, you might have a track that's just not working, but you might be like 2 decisions away from it becoming really cool. That happened to me several times. And for me, it's just like, all right, well, I don't like this, and I'll never play this out. I'll never, send this to somebody and be like, yo, this is, check out my new tune. But at the same time, it's got some good things about it, and it has enough for me to be like, just see the idea out. I could always change it. I'm still making decisions, And if I'm not making decisions, if I'm stuck on it, then, then just like do a quick sketch of like beginning, middle, and end and let it be. So that way it's not just an 8-bar loop. That's really what this is about. That's what it's always been about, as opposed to just being like, oh, I don't really like this within 8 bars or something. Just kind of see it through and finish it. And for me, like, I do this shit in a day from scratch. Like, this was a completely blank canvas and we've got something going. So if I'm building this skill and I'm able to make an entire tune whenever I open up the DAW and like give myself a refresh and a reset and just be like, boom, it's there. Sorry. Then like I'm fine, because not every idea is going to be good, but if you take the time to go through all the sound design and go through this and that or whatever, like just finish it. It's just a beat, and you confront yourself with a problem which you may solve, which is great, or not solve, which is not so great, but you still train patience, right? You see, like you commit to the idea. It's like if you were on a run or something and you're supposed to run 5 miles, like it's you could just be like, I'm gonna do the rest of the miles tomorrow, or you could just be like, well, I'm gonna walk. I can't run anymore, but I'm gonna see it through, like finish the race. So, I think that it's just as important as like getting the initial idea in the first place, or even if you hate your idea, is to just like finish the shit that you hate, because that's the only way that you're gonna get better. Some people are comfortable enough to where they're like, I finish enough tunes to know whether or not I like it and whether or not I can just reset a new idea or whatever. But like, I write so much music that I think that it's like a quantity over quality aspect. Because there are certain things that I'll take from this that I really like. For example, like I said, I really like the drum groove. I really like the bass itself that we made. I just don't think that the context is all that interesting. I don't think that coming into this, like I had an initial idea in my head and then I totally lost it and just kept going. But it can still become fun, because it's not about like making the dopest shit. It's more like maybe slaughter it and save some fragments for other tracks. Well, I mean, if you make something from beginning to end in a day though, right? Like you don't even have to make that decision, because I can just walk away from this and be like, I did it. Like I made a tune, right? And then it makes me want to try better, or like, what I mean? Like do better next time. But within all this stuff, whatever this is, there's always something that you can take from it, something that you can learn from it, and then you can just let it go. But I mean, yeah, considering this came together in 5 hours, it's like I'm happy about it. Yeah, none. You should just start writing the tune, and you can always, like, there are spaces that need to be filled, you can just write a little note and say like, fill space. Or like if you need an effect for something, let's say you have something and there's a space there, depending on what DAW you're working in, but it doesn't really matter. But let's say I'm like right here. All right, so there's already something there, so maybe you'll find a different fill. All right, so we go right there, right? And we have that there. We go, oops, undo. We go bounce in place. We just bring this to a new track. then we can just manipulate this in audio. I'm just gonna hit 3 and just hit the option button and just do this. Set this to something like Elastic Pro. There you go. Whenever I hear a jungle tune, I'm hearing all these various effects. I'm like, oh my god, I have to prepare a whole bank of them to make it. No, fuck no, you don't. You need to have some good fundamentals. You know, some good, like, start with a good drum break or something, and or just download a bunch of, like, a collection of breaks and then just, like, chop them. Like, have one kick and one snare that's consistent, and then high pass your breaks, and then just, like, switch out the breaks as you're doing, like, and then, like, when you're ready to make a fill or something, like, just resample it and then, like, turn that into an effect. Because otherwise, like, you know what I mean? Like, I used to do that too, is I try to make a whole bank of fucking, you know, like, all these pre-made sounds and shit, only to realize that they don't work well together. But when you make something in context and then you resample that in context, it usually works a lot better. That way you don't have to worry so much about being like, oh man, I gotta fucking do all this prep. Like, when I do sound design now, I make a kick, a snare, kick, snare, clap, maybe, bass, of course, and then some kind of, like, percussive line, and then that's like your main elements, right? And then you just start with that, and then when it's time to build, or when I need something more, then I'll pull from what I already made. I guess, like, the only exception to that, the only, like, actual sound design that I do, like, outside of that, is after I've already got context and I start thinking about, like, oh, what kind of melody could I add to this, or what kind of thing could I add to this, right? That's what happened with this little guy with the, you know, and then through the development of the melody, we actually was able to make, like, a theme of the tune, because at first it was just this bass line, which was right, which was something else, and then we went into this and we were like, oh, what do I do? So yeah, I feel like sound effects and fills and ear candy should be, like, the last thing, the last thing of priorities, maybe second to last. So the last thing should be, like, mixing and stuff, but that's, as far as the arrangement goes, that's the last thing. almost similar approach to psytrance. When the rhythm sits, you can play with sound effects to give more context variety. Yeah, like it's secondary. It's either like sound effects are usually something that accents a rhythm, like Avin is talking about, or it creates a fill. So if you really want to emphasize something, you know, that's where your layering comes into play and stuff. But for the most part, like if you're making bass lines and stuff, it's really just about modulating your bass either via pitch or, you know, some kind of filtering or something, you know, that you can create that, and it makes things a lot easier. So, you know, even with this, like I'll probably bring this back at some point. You know, just something like that is very easy to control, and you could just even do something like this and create some kind of filter or whatever, just to make it not so obnoxious. But you know what I mean? Like, as opposed to the bass sitting by itself again in the exact same way, there's a couple of changes here, but through this in particular, we've, you know, added a little bit of extra interest to it. You know, like there's a few places right here that might be in a quote don't tank with the, you know, you could do something like that where you've got a little fill and kind of like mess with it or something, or you could be like hold on, go mono in. I don't know, give me like a quick phrase. I'll just read something from chat. Sound effects that's a lot. When the rhythms sit. Yeah, you just do something like that. So when the rhythms sit, you know, you could literally just cut that off like this and just do something like this. When the rhythms when the rhythms when the rhythm when the rhythms when the rhythms when the, and then you can start doing like processing like that with like pitch shifters and stuff. You know, just like I said, just different shit. When the rhythms when the rhythms when the rhythm when the rhythms 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 you can also do like a really short delay. There we go. And then add some kind of distortion to it. I would normally add saturation, but the other thing that you can do is just like crush the hell out of your vocals like you would percussion. So there we go. Alright, so I'm going to cheat code this really quick because this is going to make this a little bit more usable and a little bit more interesting, but I don't feel like, the problem is that, for one, the melody is a lot different than this, but what we can do is just make this like really short. So now with that, we could at least use that for yeah, I mean, like, there's like really big impacts and like risers and stuff, but that doesn't come until later. And you can see that all the risers that are on here are just resamples of things that I've already used. So this guy right here is the XL beat that is this drum loop, and I just pitched it out or just drug it out. And then, I mean, look how easy that was. And then you pitch it up over time. So it's very, very easy to get shit like that, and I wouldn't worry about that. Just focus on the groove. When you have the groove, everything else kind of comes together. Or focus on the chord progression or whatever it is that you're trying to like accentuate within your tune, right? I wanted this tune to be about the percussion, so I made the tune about the percussion. Probably the next tune will most likely be about the percussion, and maybe not such a, not such a shitty bass or something. I don't know, but that's part of it. That's all it is just just making stuff like this and making sounds that suck and making them try to work together. And then if and when you start to feel like, it's not up to quality or whatever, then you just kind of push through and just be like, all right, well, even if I just reduce this to just a sine wave, I'll just write something rhythmic and then, bounce it out and then have some kind of shitty outro or something. But then you never have to revisit it, and you don't have to be like, man, that's another abandoned project. You could at least have like the context of how you get to the idea. You can have the context about how you get out of the idea. And then you can always be like, oh man, it'd be kind of cool maybe if I heard this, or like maybe if I added this. And then suddenly sometimes that stuff starts to come together. Not always, but that's part of the game. And that's how, to me, like, that's how I keep it fun. Because it's not like, oh, I'm gonna just start this idea and expect myself to have this fucking, amazing stuff. It's like, nah, like I'm gonna try to pick this idea or pick this theme and work on the theme and then see how far I can get. And if it doesn't work out, then no big deal. This is the second tune that I've made since my album, and I don't like anything that I've made. Third tune. And I like the first tune. Sorry, I lied. But, I got 1 out of 3, right? So it's fine. You just kind of have to let yourself go and just make the tunes. Just have fun with it. But yeah, I'm going to give this one more listen, and then I'll take any other questions that you guys have, and then I'm going to call it a day. I need to do laundry and eat something because I haven't eaten anything today. I'm going to grab the camera as well so I can check my phone. So yeah, there's that. What makes you decide to scrap your project and start a new one? Sometimes I ruin the initial idea. When the project gets messier, I abandon it. I don't abandon projects anymore if I don't have to. I really try like 100% to just see my way through it, even if I hate it. Because I was just explaining that to somebody earlier, but there's this matter of like, it's a skill to make yourself finish stuff, especially the things that you don't like. Because if you can finish the things that you don't like, then imagine how much easier it gets to finish the things that you do really like. So you kind of just have to like keep poking at it, but also come to it of like, rather than like abandon the project, you kind of have to like rethink it. Because my idea of abandoning the project is saying, okay, fuck it. And then just like making any kind of decision just to get it done. You know, you're not like, I really like this and I care about it. It's like, no, okay, it's just a whatever project. So now I can just fuck around and like, destroy it or like, you know what I mean? Just see the way through. And then the goal becomes to like get the arrangement done as opposed to, love you. As opposed to just like being like, man, I'm just going to scrap it and then like expect my next idea to be even better. Cause like, it just doesn't work like that. It never pans out that way. And usually if I abandon something and try to start something new, like in the same day, like my next idea is even worse. So you just have to like, how do you say, like the goal should be to finish it, to finish what you start rather than make something good. Because if your goal is to do that, then by doing that a bunch of times, you will start to make stuff that is much better. I promise. I know this from experience. I've been doing this for almost 10 years, and I wish that like if I could have instilled any kind of advice to people, it would have been finish your music, because I had this 3-year thing to where I wouldn't finish anything. And I talk about it all the time. I'm like, man, like I hate what I'm writing. I hate what I'm writing. I hate what I'm writing. And it's like, it's not about that anymore. If you're in it for the music production and stuff, like it's not about making stuff you like. It's about fucking doing the thing. You got to do the thing. When I'm working on the first few sounds in the tracks, I'm careful about every little detail as more sounds start to get lazier. But yeah, go into it lazy. Like, go into the thing lazy. And just focus on, like, making some shit that, that sounds okay. And for me, like, this took me 5 hours, but, I get lazy with my stuff too. But that's why, like, what I did was I know that about myself. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to put my initial effort into making sure that like my main sounds are good. So being like, oh, my kick needs to be good. My snare needs to be good. My clap needs to be good. And I won't even start something until I know that these guys work together. So like, I guess in turn, like if I can't get a groove going, then I'll abandon it because I don't even care. Like, it's like, I have no feel for rhythm. And it's like, I can't, you know what I mean? Cause sometimes you have that where you're like trying to just like get some kind of vibe going, but once the vibe is there, then for me anyways, it's locked in. When the vibe is there, it's locked in. If your bass line isn't working, make 808s. If your 808s aren't working, just use a sine wave. Because what's going to happen is, all of that frequency range that you had initially planned on making those interesting basses and stuff with now becomes space, and you're like, oh, well, now I can fill it with other stuff. But nobody tells you this. Nobody tells you these things that, that give you permission to do other shit if something's not working. And that's what you really have to do, is give yourself permission to switch it up if it's not working out. And for me, I beat my head against the wall forever trying to be like, no, it's got to be this. It's got to be this. God damn it. It's got to be this. And like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be that. It's important to learn and to take notes and stuff. But if your goal is to make music, then you need to get the music done. And also, like, learning the mechanics of the genre, I think, is incredibly helpful. Thanks, bro. It's very encouraging. Maybe soon I'll be as good as you. I've got a vibe going on the track I'm working on. I'll make this one count for sure. Don't overthink it. And it's not about as being as good as me, because I'm not even somebody, like... Don't chase me. Chase your potential. And I wouldn't consider myself to be somebody that's, that's, like, amazing at production anyways. I think what I would say is I've spent a lot of time doing sound design, I spent a lot of time talking to people. I've made a lot of mistakes. So if you think that you're going to catch up by making as many mistakes as I am in, a shorter amount of time, probably not. But luckily, you do have a community, which would be my Discord and everybody in here, to where you can ask those kinds of questions, and hopefully we can shortcut you through some of those things that you don't necessarily have to experience to learn about. Like if I would have been told, hey, like start as a mixing thing, start with your bass 2 decibels more quiet than your kick. Hey, sometimes your snare, even though it's the same volume, is actually more loud than your kick. Like those are things that could have saved me so much time because I recognized it, but I couldn't pinpoint what those problems were. And to me, it made me start hating what I was doing because I was like, I can't even get the fundamentals correct. So shit like that, really go back and focus on the fundamentals. Your kick, your snare, your bass, your groove. And if all of those things play nicely together, then making a tune will be so much easier no matter how lazy you are. And don't forget that every kind of like electronic music that has a beat or has something that's repetition is made in some way or another by loops. It is all loops. You might be making the loop yourself, but look at this. These are all blocks. Everything here is a matter of blocks. Even these little chip thingies like this, they all repeat at some point. And if they don't, then they repeat up to this point, and then this one is a slightly different version. But all of you're doing is just building blocks, man. It's all Legos. So if you have Lego color red, yellow, blue, but you need green to fill the space to make your spaceship or something, then that's when you can go and find that. But dude, it's all fucking Legos. That's why all of these have these color blocks like this and color coordinated stuff, because that's how it's supposed to work. That's how it's like this. DAWs are literally trying to teach you to think in that way with color coordination and with bars and measures and quote unquote like loops. And that's something that you could always do too. Is like if you are having a hard time making music, then like focus on just like specific components, right? Make a bass line without making anything else and really try to make it as interesting as possible. Then make some drums, like a 2-bar drum loop. Try to make that as interesting as possible. Do some melodies or some chords or, something like that. And then once you have a little kit or, a little construction kit, then you just start laying it down and you get to play with arrangement. It doesn't have to be anything amazing. And if it needs to be unique, for whatever, let's say we've got this and I need to change something about it, you can always like duplicate it and then like cut it or pull it to a new track and then add an effect or change the pitch. That's why working in audio works so well. It could also be in MIDI. I guess it doesn't really matter, but you get what I'm saying? It's really easy to get caught up in being stuck, but like it's also really easy to remind yourself that like if you don't have any decisions to make, it's kind of, I don't know how to say this, but like you could literally do fucking anything. I think that the choice paralysis from that comes from like wanting to make the right choice. And the truth of the matter is that there is no right choice and there is no wrong choice. Do whatever you got to do to keep making decisions. If you fuck your tune up, it doesn't matter because A, you can always go back. B, like, what is it that you're trying to do? If you're trying to make amazing music and stuff, you're already giving yourself like a -1 because you're putting judgment into what you're going to make before it's even been made. You have to just kind of like, usually during the first 30 minutes, I'd say, when the tune is starting to kind of like come together, you'll kind of decide of being like, oh, I like this or oh, I don't like this. And, there's a little bit of that limbo where you play around and kind of decide. But at a certain point, like for this in particular, I was like, I fucking hate this. But it doesn't matter because I've already spent the time to write the drums. I already spent the time to write the bass. I already put the time in to pretty much like write all of the most important components of it. And it would be a shame to not at least see it through. And it would be me dismissing an opportunity to challenge myself to like see the other side or to like, you know what I mean? It would be a disservice to me, in my own opinion, to like not commit to it just because I don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like when you do a job that you don't want to do. Like sometimes you don't want to do that shit. And, you know, yeah, of course, if that's how you feel, like don't do anything you don't want to do. But I also know that if I finish this, it's going to keep my confidence level up. It's going to make me still feel good about something. It's going to, you know, be a story that I wrote that wasn't my best story, but it still was seen through from beginning to end. And the other thing too is like with me as well, I stream this all the time, and you guys, if you're here, get to see the process. So like there's a benefit for you all as well. Even if some, you know, people come in and they're like, I hate this too. You know, somebody was like, I don't really like the yes or whatever. It's kind of men. Like, that's fine. But that's for you guys, like you can make that about those decisions about your own music. Maybe you're like Ian's vocals are fucking shitty, but when I make music, I'm not going to do that. Like, that's what you guys are supposed to be getting from this. Or maybe you're like, oh, the vocal doesn't work, but maybe if he said something else that might be kind of cool, then you can take that as inspiration. So really, by showing this process over and over and over and over and over again, by me doing this process over and over and over and over and over again, I imagine, especially for the people that have been here for a while, probably are anticipating what's coming next. I imagine that most of you, if you've been watching me, will be able to predict what I'm going to do, because it's usually the same process, right? I make my percussion, then I make my kick snare pattern, then I make my bass line. Then once everything is kind of set in stone and I like that, then I move on, try to make some melody or a chord progression to it. I make a second section, then I do my intro, then I figure out if I want to write something else or not, then I do my outro. And then I kind of just do the final touches of whatever it is that I'm trying to, you know, work on, or specifically, or, you know, make cool, you know, sound effects, or make cool fills, or go back and, you know, try to make this first part, like this one, more different than this one, because they're technically the same section. But the more that you do this, the more that you're just going to fucking fly through it. And if I can do this in a day, then you can too. You know, I imagine that if you've got the right flow going, then you can, well, I've done it. I've knocked a tune out in like just a matter of 2-3 hours with the sound design included. And that's not because I'm good. It's because, you know what I mean, the moment or the vibe that I was feeling came out a lot more naturally. But the more that you keep those doors open, the more that you allow that to kind of flow, and the less that you fight it, even if it's taking you somewhere than you had initially planned, the more that you're going to connect with yourself as an artist, and the more that you can kind of steer that towards what is your true expression versus what is it that you want to become. I hope that makes sense, but there's that. So anyways, guys, that's pretty much all I have today. If you all have any questions, then please, you know, feel free to leave it in the Discord and all that stuff. If you want to check out my presets, you can check it out at alckemy.com. If you want to do lessons with me to figure out how to make music like this, you can just shoot me an email or a message on Discord. For the rest of you, if you could, I would really appreciate if you liked the video. That would be great. Helped me a lot. I understood some part of it is real work. I used to think that pros make their music in maybe some unique way. That's why they have these massive discography. No, dude, it's because they practice making beats over and over again. That's really what it is. Like, we all pretty much make beats the same way. The only thing that we have is just kind of these problem solving skills and intuition and, you know, little tricks, little sound design tricks that we use in which to, you know, shape our own matter of taste, I guess. So yeah. Anywho, much love to you all. I will see you all on Wednesday. I'm gonna go train tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty tired, but other than that, I don't really have anything else that I want to do. Bye, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.